before we goes on to the next topic, if that is acceptable to you.
We'll do our best.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. He has also asked me to put on record that he is here to put his version to the Commission. There are the professional, transactional life of Mr. Malautsi. There's also, unfortunately, a bit of personal life involved, but he's prepared to deal with that openly and honestly, and he's asked me to put that on record. He's ready to take the oath.
Can you just stand up, Mr. Malautsi?
Stand up.
Your full names are Lawrence Malautsi.
Yes, Shumani Lawrence Muraudzi, Commissioner.
I didn't hear the first one.
Shumani Lawrence Muraudzi.
Shumali.
S-H-U-M-A-N-I.
N-I, Shumani. Yes. Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
Not at all, Commissioner.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Raise your right hand and say, so help me God. So help me God. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Mr. Malautsi, you have prepared a written presentation for the benefit of the Commission. Can you start with paragraph 1 and tell the Commission who you are?
Thank you, Commissioner. Without waste of any time, I will start by introduction. I, Lawrence Muraudzi, an adult male age 41, do here confirm to the best of my knowledge that the contents in these statements are true and accurate. I hold a National Diploma in Information Technology as well as postgraduate diploma in computer auditing from Wits University. I was an international member of the Information Systems Audit and Control Authority, ISACA body, and was an information and communication technology specialist for the National Department of Communications, Telecommunications, and Postal Services, formerly Department of Communications. In 2003, I was appointed as Chief Technology Knowledge Officer with the Presidential National Commission on Information Society and Development, a commission which advises, investigates, and makes recommendations to the state president on ICT-related issues. In 2004, I moved to Siemens Business Services as systems engineer for Southern Africa. In 2006, I left Siemens at the age of 28 years old to pursue entrepreneurial ventures. I was requested to provide this statement to the Commission by Advocate Lube SC and do so freely without any duress. I have prepared this statement acutely aware of my obligation to give this Commission a full account of what transpired in matters that within my personal knowledge in relation to the Public Investment Corporation, PIC, in order to assist it in unearthing the truth. This statement deals with the questions posed to me by Advocate Lube SC. I deal with each one of them in details here under.
I suppose in paragraph 4, that second line, full account of what transpired, it matters that are within my knowledge. There's a word missing there, are.
Correct, within my knowledge.
Yeah.
I will first, thank you, Commissioner. I will first deal with the issue of Tosako transaction. In 2015, our investment company, Kilimanjaro Capital Proprietary Limited, KiliCap.
Just a quick one. Can you please give us the month for that time? In which month? 2015? If you can recall.
Yeah, it was established sometimes in January.
In January, okay.
Yes, the concept was early January. That's when we established the company called Kilimanjaro. Kilimanjaro.
I think there might be a misunderstanding. What the Commission wants to know is, when in 2015 did you become aware of the Project Atlas? I think that is what is...
wanted a month, that in a certain month, 2015, you became aware. Can you recall?
Through you, Commissioner, as I indicated, I will deal with it with the TOSACO process. Then you'll ask me questions because it might be covered later in the statement. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. In 2015, our investment company, Kilimanjaro Capital Proprietary Limited, KiliCap, became aware of a transaction titled Project Atlas. This transaction was originated by the previous BEE shareholders in Total South Africa Proprietary Limited, TSA, who wanted to dispose of their investment as it had reached maturity. TOSACO was the original Black Economic Empowerment BEE partner to TSA and held a 25% equity interest in TSA. After assessing this transaction, we as KiliCap resolved to make an unsolicited offer to TOSACO and its shareholders for 100% of its equity. We then identified financial institutions to approach in order to source their appetite for funding a transaction of this nature. As a company, we formally requested a meeting with the then PIC CEO, Dr. Dan Machila, who introduced KiliCap as a KiliCap as a black-owned investment holding company, which was exploring this transaction. My role as a KiliCap director focuses on business growth and development and stakeholder relations. Our company includes individuals with experience in deal originations, advisory services, corporate finance, capital raising, and private equity investment. My role as a KiliCap director includes business growth and development and stakeholder relations. I attended the above-mentioned meeting with Dr. Machila and took place at PIC offices. I also used the meeting as an opportunity to better understand the PIC investment criteria and processes in order to allow KiliCap to make funding applications with a good understanding of the requirements. Dr. Machila indeed gave me an overview, and it was a productive introductory engagement. He also indicated to me that once he has received our formal investment memorandum on the investment opportunities I had presented to him, he will have sight of them, then decide on the relevant PIC deal team to refer them to. I must mention that this was my very first interaction and meeting with Dr. Machila. I had never met prior to this. KiliCap then prepared an investment consideration pack and funding support request to the PIC. This pack was forwarded to Dr. Machila on the 22nd May 2015. The funding application to the PIC incorporated an acquisition of the ultimate empowerment shareholding in TSA, as well as a facility for the development of a network of retail service stations. Our strategy was to develop up to 20 new service stations which will be branded and supplied by TSA. This network of service stations will be run by new black entrepreneurs and could yield as much as 1,000 new permanent jobs. Funding applications were also made to Standard Bank and Nedbank with similar investment consideration packs. KiliCap received an indicative non-binding funding support letter from Nedbank on the 2nd of June 2015. The PIC also formally gave us a non-binding expression of interest in support of our unsolicited bid on 3rd June 2015. On the same day, KILICAP forwarded a non-binding expression of interest, the EOI, to TOSACO. Attached to the EOI was the PIC non-binding expression of interest to fund the transaction. After receiving the non-binding expression of interest from the PIC, KILICAP provided input to the PIC transaction team in preparation for the first committee meeting where approval for a due diligence will be sought. This required the completion of a scoping report, and KILICAP provided input to the report on 5th June 2015. We were then given feedback that the transaction had been approved by the PIC committee to go to due diligence. We then requested TOSACO to give us a period of exclusivity so we could work on the transaction. TOSACO formally responded to KILICAP on 11th June 2015, indicating that they will not be in a position to provide the required period of exclusivity as they had commenced a competitive bidding process, and that KILICAP was encouraged to participate in this process. KILICAP was subsequently invited by Nedbank Corporate Finance on the 19th June 2015 to participate in Project Atlas 2, which was a competitive bidding process for 91.8% of TOSACO, excluding the 8.2% equity held by the TSA Employee Shares Trust, which wanted to remain. KILICAP agreed to formally join the Project Atlas 2 process, and we automatically advanced to the second phase of the process as we had already submitted a funding support letter from the PIC. During our engagements with the PIC after the approval to commence due diligence was granted, it was decided that KILICAP will appoint a transaction advisor nominated by the PIC, as this will allow for better understanding of the PIC funding application process. BNP Capital was nominated by the PIC and formally engaged by KILICAP on 24th June 2015. In order to commence a funding application with the PIC, given that the transaction had become a competitive bidding process, KILICAP signed an engagement letter with the PIC on 30th June 2015, which included a commitment fee of 1.5% of the funding amount. KILICAP was then given access to the Project Atlas 2 Virtual Data Room, VDR, on 1st July 2015. Over the course of July 2015, the KILICAP team worked closely with the PIC, submitting comprehensive due diligence report, including independent valuations. KILICAP was required to submit a binding offer on 31st July 2015, which meant that the PIC funding support had to be unconditional. It was for this reason that the teams worked tirelessly to provide the PIC with all the necessary information in order to obtain such approval. A meeting was held with the Nedbank to give them progress on the funding process by PIC. It was at this meeting that we learned that the PIC had issued funding support to other bidders who were part of the Project Atlas 2 process. As KILICAP, we found this to be strange because the PIC had signed a binding engagement letter with us, which in our view implied exclusivity. I then requested a meeting with Dr. Machila to clear this confusion as the deadline for the binding funding offer was looming. Dr. Machila agreed to this meeting. It was held at the PIC offices. In that meeting, Dr. Machila told me that indeed he had another group which had interest in the transaction. He then told me that in order for him to proceed with issuing final approval, I needed to urgently meet with Mr. Sipho Mseleku of Sakumnoto as the other interested party. He also told me that Mr. Mseleku's company must merge with our company to form one consortium, and that we had to give Mr. Mseleku 50% of the transaction, and the fees that we would ultimately receive when the deal is approved. I inquired from Dr. Machila as to whether Sakumnoto had been through the same due diligence process as Kilikep. A response was not forthcoming in this regard. The reason why I asked this question was because by then Kilikep had concluded its due diligence process, and we had been informed that this transaction had been approved by the management committee to go to the board approval committee. We realized that if we did not merge into one consortium, we will not obtain the required approval letter that had to be issued by Dr. Machila. Kilikep then made the difficult decision to rather merge with Sakumnoto, as 50% of the transaction was better than the whole transaction being taken away from us. After briefing my partners, who were very devastated about this directive from Dr. Machila, they agreed under the circumstances that I contact Mr. Sipho Mseleku and arrange to meet him. When we met, it was clear that he was up to speed. I concluded that Dr. Machila had fully briefed him. This was obviously also an introductory meeting because I did not know him and had never met him before. Even his contact details were given to me by Dr. Machila. This meeting took place at Mr. Mseleku's office. As a way forward, we agreed to enter into an agreement that will reflect the merger and newly formed consortium. This agreement was signed on the 6th of August 2015. We then informed the PIC and Nedbank in writing of this merger for the purpose of this transaction. The project changed from being Kilikep to Kisako, meaning Kilimanjaro Sakumnoto Consortium. The final binding offer was for an aggregate consideration of 1.7 billion and was informed by the independent valuation performed. We were issued a final binding funding support letter. This was forwarded to Nedbank Corporate Finance. The approval was for an acquisition of 91.8% of Tosaco's interest in Main Street for an aggregate consideration of 1.7 billion rand and an approval for a development facility of 300 million rand for Tosaco Retail. Kisako was then recommended as preferred bidder and entered into a binding memorandum of understanding, MOU, with Tosaco. We also started the process of entering into funding agreements with the PIC. The transaction ultimately concluded and reached financial close on 9th December 2015 after all conditions precedents were met. TSA has experienced strong growth in market share and profitability since our investment, and we believe that a conservative estimate of the current valuation informs an increase in the share value of between 30% and 50%. The investment in Tosaco Retail has made no progress since the approval of the retail development facility. This, we believe, is in part due to the negative media articles which emanated in early 2016. While we appreciate that the negative publicity aimed at Kisako and the PIC at the time probably played a role in the process being halted, it is unfortunate that this dynamic component of the Tosaco transaction did not come to fruition. This in our view has a potential of creating black entrepreneurs who will own and operate service stations with the support and guidance from TSA. We are hopeful that this great opportunity that will also create jobs can still be resuscitated for the benefit of the PIC, its client, and aspiring business people. So I can pause the Commissioner so that I can take questions before I proceed to the next item.
Thanks very much for that. If we can perhaps look at a couple of things. This initiative and your interactions with the PIC, as you indicated, was the first time you'd met Dr. Machila. And could you give us some idea who the directors in Kilicap are and whether this, and as you've indicated that Kilicap was formed precisely for this, do you have other companies that you have set up that may be related to particular transactions, or just companies that you have set up so that one could see whether this is, this was, from what I could see, this is set up for this purpose, Kilicap?
Yeah, so when we established the Kilimanjaro capital, we were about 5 major founders of the company. And the idea behind establishment of Kilimanjaro Capital was not really limited to one opportunity, because it was formed and established prior to identifying any opportunities. We never thought we will come across these opportunities along the line. And those directors is myself, Lawrence Mulaudzi, Dr. Kinesh Patha, Obeid Josephs, and Sizwe Shezi, as well as Barry. We've got another director, his name is Barry Pulford. Barry Pulford.
It's P-U-L-F-O-R-D, Mr. Commissioner.
So prior to this, you had not created any companies, and this was not specifically for this, but it was for any opportunity that arose.
What happened through you, Commissioner, we used to know each other as friends with those directors, and everyone was doing he was pursuing his own opportunities. But then at some point, actually we were in Cape Town on the 8th of January 2015, where we convened and said, apart from running around as sole traders, why don't we come together and formulate something lucrative, something big, hence the name Kilimanjaro. That's where the name Kilimanjaro comes from. We wanted to build something big and focus on certain sectors, in order to focus in number of sectors, not limited to oil and gas, pharmaceuticals, property, and property development as well. Yeah.
BNP Capital, had you worked with them before, or did you know them before? This was recommended by the PIC?
To be frank with you, Commissioner, it was our first major transaction, and we didn't know, or I didn't know, BNP Capital at that point.
How did you find working with them?
Well, the relationship was very well. It went well because they took us through from the beginning of the transaction until the transactional closure. And also they seems to be very knowledgeable and experienced in the advisory services. That's the experience that's what we have experienced.
And perhaps just for record purposes, Advocate, if we could get the composition of BNP Capital and how many deals that they've been used for transaction purposes as recommended by the PIC?
It's already in the process. Thank you, Mr.
Thanks. I'd like to come to this question of this amalgamation or partnership that was requested with Sakumnoto. I would have assumed, and perhaps you could outline how you feel about it, because what you've indicated, you were 5 people who knew each other well, had common set of values, one would assume created a company that you would work together on. Now you come to a deal and you have to partner in order to get the deal through with a company that you've not heard of, or a Mr. Mseleku who you had not dealt with before. This was in 2015, 2016 when the deal was done. How has that worked out? Is it an equal partnership where they pull their weight, where they play their own role, that you've worked well together? Because one would assume you've got a certain set of value systems, objectives, and so on, which is what you put KiliCap together for. How has that worked out in practice?
Yeah. Well, when we initiated the process of the Tosako transaction, it was not really in the market by that time. We picked it up from one of our directors who used to be a minority shareholder in Tosako. So that opportunity, when it came to us, we started to formulate the strategy on how we can take it to the next level. Hence, we had a strategy for the further growth and development. So when we had to go through the process, it was a bit surprising to us. But obviously, when the seller dictated the terms, then we had to join the bidding process. Although initially when we started, there was no bidding process. It was very much, we felt very much disappointed and very vindicated, to be frank with you, when all of a sudden, after you have worked on the transaction for so long, going through the due diligence tirelessly, you know, all of a sudden on the 11th hour, someone comes in and had to be allocated 50% and without, you know, coming with us from the onset. But then we had to, it was very difficult for us as the directors of Kilimanjaro to accept the decision. And some of our guys, some of our directors, they were so stressed where some of the director was even disturbed where it's due to stress and he had to bleed. He was bleeding for almost 2 hours. So it was very painful experience. But I had no option as, you know, we are in business. We had to say, let's share the cake of this transaction. We are all BEs. We are informed that Sakumnoto was in the process with the Nedbank. Whether he has gone through the due diligence with the PIC or not, it's none of our business. As long as we have gone through our processes, we complied, let's just sacrifice, because half of loaf is better than no bread. So we had to match. And when we match, obviously, we didn't know each other from the bath of soap, but we had to find a way of working together. Because also in Kilimanjaro Capital, we were not born to be working together at the same time. What happened is that we met from nowhere, and then we introduced to each other, and we found a common ground to work together. Although even in Kilimanjaro Capital, we'll even have tension as the company, but we had to compromise to say, let's work with Sakumnoto. They are also the BEE. They've been in a space. Their profile is good. So why not? Let's just forge ahead. More so because it was a bidding process. Bidding process, it had its own timelines. So if you don't align to those timelines, you end up missing the boat. So it was painful, but we had no option. We had to work together.
I understand that. And I mean, that's obviously something that was from a precondition of proceeding with the PIC. Subsequent to that, how has the work, first of all, do you know now whether, having worked with Sakunmoto, whether they actually did a due diligence with the PIC at all? Whether they ever went through the due diligence process that you went through with the PIC?
I think whether they went through the due diligence with the PIC or not, I think that question could be answered better by the PIC, because the deal team that we're working with at the PIC has taken us through the due diligence. I don't know with the other part, with Sakumnoto. Maybe they can give you the better answer on that one, Commissioner. So,
but you've never discussed with them, did they do the due diligence?
Obviously, we ask the leader of Sakumnoto, who's Mr. Sipom Selegu, and he indicated that no, he has gone through the due diligence, he has been through the VDR at Nedbank. So who am I to question someone else's business? So we did ask because we were concerned, but they said, hence I indicated in my statement when I was asking Dr. Den if Sakumnoto has also gone through the vigorous due diligence that we have gone through, because we have gone through a vigorous due diligence that took some few months, and yes.
And just then the question of the working relationship between you and Sakunmoto subsequent from the time of now accepting and now, are you still a consortium together?
This relationship was very good and is still healthy. I sit with him on the board of Total, and we are also looking forward to explore other opportunities. With the relationship, I would say it's healthy. We are working very well, and we communicate almost now and then.
Just a few questions. Can you give us an idea of your funding structure? The 1.7 billion rand.
The 1.7 billion rand, actually what we applied from the PIC, the funding that we applied from the PIC was for, in total, it was about 2.1 billion rand. 1.7 billion rand was for the acquisition of the shares from the previous BEE. And we had in our strategy, hence our bid, it was bid unique to other bids. We had a growth strategy where we had to come up with a strategy to put together the retail component, and of which we asked for funding for about 300 million to further develop new service stations for the young entrepreneurs in the market. And about 50,000 was, about 50 million rand. 50 million rand was for fees, and how it was broken down, of which I will elaborate that in the next component. It was the fee structure was, the transactional fee structure was 38 million. And then we anticipated that we still have to go through the competition commission's regulatory authorities for the sub-regions. Because we had to deal with the competition commission in Namibia and Swaziland and Lesotho and here in South Africa. So we then estimated around between 10 to 12 million, about 10 million. But then because we applied, we had about 38 million rand that we were looking forward to spend on the transactional fees. We estimated extra 12 million rand to cover all the costs. So the other 50, I will explain it because it is in the next component.
So the 1.7 billion, was it divided into debt and equity and all that?
It was a senior debt, 10-year,
Yeah,
10-year senior debt,
the full amount.
full amount.
The PIC didn't take an equity stake.
No. The PIC didn't take any interest in the transaction.
And what was the debt amount? The rate, the interest rate?
The interest rate, we're working on the 6 months JIBA rate, of which that information, specific details,
You can't, yeah.
I can provide it to you so that I give the commission the relevant answer. That
And in
was it.
terms, okay, no, it's fine, fine. In terms of the transaction, how is it going in terms of servicing that debt, you know, and all that? Because I know normally people use dividends and all that, but how is it going there?
Okay. Yeah, I think it's progressing very well, because let me explain it in this way. After we realized that obviously we paid a little bit more, we said to the PIC, could we then, because we've got a structure in the transaction to say in the dividends payout, 80% will pay back the debt, the loan, 20% it's for the consortium. So, but up to date, we are servicing our loan very well. I think currently we have already paid almost plus or minus about 350 million rands on dividends. It's performing very well. We don't and it's growing very well exponentially, and we don't foresee any, any challenges. And also, our investment of 1.7 billion now, it has already grown up by about 30 to 50%. So the current valuation in our portion, our investment, is sitting at about 2.8 to 3 billion rand. It's performing very well.
And in terms of that 300 million of retail units, was that money drawn ever? And if so, what has happened?
Yeah. So the money hasn't been drawn because actually we had to finalize the first component with Total. Then we signed the MOU to support our growth strategy to roll out those service stations so aggressively. But while we're still busy with the MOU, finalization of the MOU, we were hit by the media articles talking about the transactions, and that also affected the retail component, because obviously we had to hold a bit and deal with the public spurt with regards to the media, with the transaction. So PIC at that point, they said no, we must hold on a bit, deal with these media queries, and then at a later stage, then we can pursue it. The 300 million rand is still sitting there as a facility. We haven't drawn even a single cent, although the sites that we have identified are ready for the rollout.
And that amount, was it not part of the conditions precedent on the transaction?
No.
That rollout of the units, of the retail units?
It was not the conditions precedents. Actually, it was just a cherry on top to us. We asked for more as compared to other bidders. Other bidders, they were bidding for, most of the bidders, they were bidding to acquire. So with us, we were not bidding to acquire only. We had to bid to acquire that interest and also come up with our own separate components to roll out the retail business so that we can generate more incomes to service the debt quicker, much quicker, rather than to wait for dividends only.
And then the other question is on Sakumnoto, the fee that they had. Would you know if they had advisors or not by the time you connected with them?
Yeah.
And also what happened once you were in the Kisako consortium?
Well, obviously, after the merger, we had to work closely to each other, and we had a follow-up meeting with the PIC team, the deal team that was working in our transaction. And then Sakumnoto brought their own advisors as well. So the head advisor called Sao Capital. It's spearheaded by the
It's in the statement, yes.
It's
I saw it,
spearheaded
yeah.
by the gentleman called Nana Sao. So he was there at that meeting when we had to sit as two teams after the merger.
Oh, I see. And they got the fee. I mean, Sao Capital then got almost the similar fee as BNP Capital and all that.
So what then happened is that obviously we had to split the fees 50-50 because our fees were kept at about 50 million, but by bringing other components which had other commitments, because ours they were working on risk basis.
Yeah.
So when we met with the other consortium, they also indicated that they are on risk basis. So they need to also service, and they signed the mandate letter. Obviously, that also impacted on the inflation of the price of the success of the transaction fee by extra 50 million.
Yeah. All right. And then on paragraph 20, you mentioned, I think in your last line on paragraph 20, that Dr. Den said, Dr. Machila, we call him Dr. Den. Dr. Den said, there was another bidder, and you found it quite strange that the PIC could have you on the one side, and there could be another bidder. I mean, just elaborate further, because I also find it quite strange that a funder can have one bid and then put in another bidder.
Look, Commissioner, when we were working on the deal, obviously you interact with the deal team on a daily basis. And obviously that deal team had to report to the senior level, of which I'm under the impression that they were doing so diligently. So when we were told that there's another bidder after we have signed the engagement letter that we signed with the PIC, it's like an exclusivity. PIC it's like the funder giving us exclusivity, and it had the terms and conditions that if you don't successfully close this opportunity, you have to pay. We're going to pay about 1.5% of the value of the transactions, which means the Kilimanjaro Capital directors, they were liable to pay the PIC the break fee. So it was a bit strange to us when you have that commitment, and we had personal charities that we pledged to the PIC, So it was a bit surprising how we could have another player on the same opportunity. It was a bit strange, but obviously we are not working for the PIC. We don't know the processes, and that's why we had to ask more questions. Who are those other players? And I was introduced to those players, and also asked a few questions if they've gone through the similar process that we went through. And that's the question that needs to be posed to the deal team or to the PIC if indeed they've gone through that processes, and why we had to sign the engagement letter and commit our personal charities. Is the other counterpart done so? It's not on our side as the Kilimanjaro Capital.
The final question from me on this one. When you met Dr. Matshila, were you with somebody else? I mean, the first meeting, were you alone? Were you with somebody else? Did any person know him before then?
Yes, I was with one of the directors from Kilimanjaro Capital. His name is Sizwe Shezi. He's one of our directors. If you look at the list of the directors that I've just mentioned just now.
Was he known to, were they knowing each other by any chance? Mr. Shezi and Dr. De?
I'm not so sure if they've been known to each other and how the meeting was set up. I'm not sure about that, because what we deliberated and we tasked one of our directors to facilitate that meeting, and fortunately, the director that we tasked to set up that meeting with the PIC was Sizwe Shezi. How he did it, how he got access there, I don't know.
I see also the meeting was not set up by you, it was set
It
up
was
by
not
somebody.
really set up by me, because Kilimanjaro given responsibility to set up that appointment with the PIC to another director.
Yes, yes, all right, okay. Thanks, thank you.
Just one question relating to paragraph 28. In the middle of that paragraph, or the fourth line from the beginning of that paragraph, you say it is unfortunate that this dynamic component of the TOSATU transaction did not come to fruition. This, in our view, has a potential of creating black entrepreneurs who will own and operate service stations. Have you abandoned that idea?
Yeah, maybe just to elaborate on that one, Commissioner. The idea when we said we want to come up with new service stations, our model was a bit different from other petroleum companies. We were saying we are going to identify a group of young entrepreneurs, like 20 per service stations. Those who are the petrol attendants. We want those petrol attendants wanted to turn the petrol attendants to become the shareholders of the service station, so that when they are working there, day and night shifts, they know that they are working for themselves. So we're going to assist them to identify those sites, set up the structure, and we budgeted like 10 to 20 million rand per service station to say, let's set up, we take them, Total was willing to take them through the training and everything so that they understand the business. And we hand over that service station to that group of young entrepreneurs. For us, we're going to just share the proceeds with those petrol attendants in order to service them 300 million rand. That idea, unfortunately, is still on hold. And as Kilimanjaro, we are ready to hit the ground running, because the MOU with the Total South Africa has been finalized. And the sites that has been identified, some are ready for rollout. So that idea is still on hold, and we are still going to pursue it, because that was part of the funding agreement that we requested from the PIC. Obviously, it has gone past more than 6 months, because I think if it's over 6 months, it has to go back to due diligence and go through that, of which we are not worried about that. We are more than welcome to go through that due diligence once more again in order to access that facility.
To me, it's a great idea, and I feel relieved that you say you haven't abandoned the idea. I hope you succeed.
Much appreciated, Commissioner. Thank you.
Before we proceed to the next topic, Mr. Commissioner, I have one question. Can you just have a look at paragraph 18 of your statement? And I want the Commission to fully understand what is stated there. You had to sign an engagement letter which included a commitment fee of 1.5% of the funding amount. QILCAP was then given access to Project Atlas 2 virtual data room on 1 July 2015. Can you just explain to the Commission what is this virtual data room? Then also, I think you've already stated that, but if the transaction was unsuccessful, if you were unsuccessful in your bid, you as the directors were committed to pay that 1.5% to the PIC. Can you just deal with that?
Thank you. You see, PIC had to deploy resources to work with us, and it's time consuming because, you know, with our due diligence process, it took about 2 to 3 months. And that resources, it put all the efforts in our opportunity transactions. So if we go back to PIC and play games with them to say that opportunity, this and that, and then we end up running away without valid reasons, why are we walking away from the opportunity? We would have wasted lots of time for their resources. So they will ask you to make commitment to say, if you just walk away from this opportunity without valid reasons, you will have to pay us 1.5% of the transaction value, which means Kilimanjaro Capital directors were liable to pay PIC 38 million rand if the deal collapsed unreasonably. That is that one. And
can I stop you there? Can I take it a step further? If you didn't accede to form the consortium with the other party and you walked away, you would have been in for that amount of money.
That's correct, Commissioner. We would have been indebted. And that's why we were so worried and concerned.
So, to put it another way, there was a bit of a gun against your head.
That's correct. And that's the industry standard norm.
Then can you just explain to the Commission what is this virtual data room? Because it seems to me like a playroom or something that the kids go into.
The virtual data room, Commissioner, in simple terms, it's a room where it's a room where the Total or through Tosako Consortium unveil itself and put everything on the table to say, I'm dressing up. You can check anything about my company. So Total was exposed to the bidders so that we can go through and check if indeed it's a good investment or bad investment. So it's not open to everyone. So that is why in a bidding process, you'll go through the first stage where, like for instance, you'll express interest and then you show commitment by submitting the potential supporting letters of funding. Then they will open up to say, okay, we are opening up for only those ones who's got a non-binding offer. Who can go through my financial statements, my organogram, everything about Total, and make commitment to say, now I'm ready to buy, or I'm ready to buy for this amount, and then you negotiate price from there. So we were given opportunity to do that. Could we walked away? We could have known everything that has been going on with Total, and it's a high risk for that kind of a company. So it's given to listed few. So we were given that opportunity to go through it.
To put it in other terms, Would it be correct to say that it's a modern way of doing a due diligence on that company?
Yes. Yes, Commissioner, that's correct. So we're doing the due diligence to check indeed the valuation is correct or incorrect. So indeed we came out positive, and actually even the amount that you have paid, 1.7, it was a fair price. It never had premium, because the valuation, independent valuation that was done by other independent valuer like PWC, it was sitting between about 1.650 billion to about 1.850 billion, the valuation without premium. So we were not really worried. Actually, we were very much happy that we managed to get it at that price.
Judge, evidence leader, if we could also just find out whether there was such a commitment fee in place for Sakamoto.
We will do that.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
And as I said earlier, the information on SAL Capital as well.
Mr. Commissioner, before we proceed to the next topic, is it convenient to take the tea adjournment now, or must we proceed with the next topic?
In terms of that 1.5% break fee, did you, when you entered the contract to commit on this break fee, didn't you sort of have an exclusive arrangement with the PIC that they cannot bring another consortium partner? Yeah.
That was our impression, Commissioner.
But it wasn't in writing in a contract, or it was just?
That engagement letter or agreement, Commissioner, it's in written, and I can provide a copy for it. It's written, it's an agreement, valid agreement, binding.
It will be provided, Mr. Commissioner.
So, yeah, so basically, this was like disregarded?
For Kilimanjaro, it was not disregarded. I don't know with the other parties, but we honor that one,
Yeah.
Commissioner. It still stands.
The PIC, yeah.
I'm not sure if you're not speaking past each other. You might have been speaking past me, of course. I thought the question was, wasn't there a written agreement that you have exclusivity, that another consortium won't be brought in?
Thank you, Commissioner. That engagement letter, it basically states that, but I will have to go through and check one or two clauses and confirm with you. So I will provide the copy of engagement letter. Because once more you enter into engagement letter on the transaction, I don't know if you can enter into another engagement letter on the same transaction, but I don't know that part.
Yes, thank you.
And for us as Kilimanjaro, we honor it very well.
15 minutes, is that fine?
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
We'll adjourn for 15 minutes.
transaction fees, and that the consortium will be liable for the cost of the PIC legal representatives. Okay, I'll pause the Commissioner before I proceed to the next point.
You are saying that the paragraph 31, that the fees were unfortunately a direct consequence of the merger. If you look, sort of 100 million divided by 1.7 billion is about 5.8%, if I'm correct. So, you know, so it means like the PIC paid almost a 6% fee in total.
Commissioner, as I outlined there, Commissioner, our fee, it was amounted to about, it was about 34 million rand. Plus VAT, it went to about 38 million rand. So then we estimated with regards to the regulatory authority in the SADC region that we were dealing with, we just kept our fees at 50 million rand. That was before the merger.
I agree with that one, yeah. So no, it's fine. I'm clear. I'm clear there.
So,
Yeah, I'm clear
so
there.
obviously, if combined with the other party, obviously it exceeds the figure, the expected figure, of which I don't have the actual percentage, how much ended up on at the 100 million rand. But that was based on the merger.
But to ask is that if we do the calculation and say this is a 5% or 6% fee based on the transaction value, wouldn't that be quite high to pay?
I will agree with you, Commissioner, that that's not an industry standard for so much fees to be paid on a transaction. It's normally between 0.5% to about 2% if it's too high. So more than 2%, Commissioner, I will regard it as high.
So to add Sakumnoto then seems it has really increased the fee quite a lot given your paragraph here, 31.
That's correct, Commissioner.
That's correct. Is that correct? Yeah?
That's correct, Commissioner.
That's correct. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Can I just ask, because your indication there is that it was 38 million for the transaction fee and around 12 million for legal, competition commission, other matters. One would have assumed that both parties would not have had to do that. Would the Sakumoto also have had to do the same thing? I wouldn't have thought the legal fees for the PIC would have been a duplicate. I would have thought that one of you doing it is sufficient.
Yes, Commissioner, you will bear in mind that these agreements and the fee structure was agreed prior to the merger. So when we merge, obviously they were supposed to do their own processes, but our process, Commissioner, was kept at 50 million rand. We never anticipated that there will be other components. So we're only focusing on our own. So obviously, because it's the same authority that we were undergoing, then obviously it was supposed to be less. But due to the fact that the other component, the other consortium also had their own, they had committed to their advisors who were going to undergo that processes. So obviously they were committed, but as we were committed.
Understand that the point I'm making is that the PIC, or within that you had a legal fee to the PIC. Now the legal fee would have been, now you've got a consortium that is joined, and therefore the legal fee should have been one thing for the two of you. If you paid 10, 12 million, I don't see why Sakamoto would have had to pay similarly for the same piece of work that you're now one consortium in. But perhaps the question then is not for you, but for the team to look at. and say exactly what was the fee paid to South Capital and how much was paid to the PIC? Because otherwise it looks out of the 24 million, out of the 100 million, 24 million went back to the PIC as legal fees. Doesn't seem to sit that well, but let's find out exactly what was paid there in that regard.
Okay.
And I think your point about it being duplicate is a consequence of the consortium merging, because both of you had obligations, that's clear. But it just is, let's just clarify exactly who got what out of that 100 million from both parties, not just from Kilicap.
Just to make it also clear to the Commission, you talk about a success fee of 2%. It's a risk-based mandate. So if the deal doesn't come off, they get nothing. But if the deal is done and it's successful, there's a 2% success fee.
That's correct, Commissioner, because when we appointed them, when we agreed to appoint BNP Capital, we indicated to them that we have already committed through the engagement a letter with the PIC, so we don't have some more funds that we can commit to you. Could you please, we had to plead with them to help us on a risk basis.
And if I remember correctly, BNP Capital was appointed on advice of Dr. Matshepo.
Yeah. Yes, BNP was just the lead advisors. There were a number of advisors below BNP.
Can we then proceed to the next topic, Mr. Commissioner? The Ascendis Health transaction.
Okay. I will then proceed to the next item, the Ascendis Health transaction. In April 2015, Kilimanjaro was introduced to a company called Coast to Coast Capital, C2C, by their then mandated advisors, Avia Capital Markets, Avia. Our understanding was that Avia was mandated that by C2C to find suitable investor to support the growth strategy and increase BEE participation in Ascendis Health Limited, Ascendis. C2C were the founding shareholders in Ascendis and remain the largest shareholder in Ascendis after their listing on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange in 2013. Kilicap then attended a meeting with C2C and Avio in April 2015 where exploratory discussions were held about how a potential investment could be structured. It was decided that a new special purpose vehicle, an SPV, would be incorporated, as any potential funder will most likely insist that the investment be ring-fenced. To this end, a new company was incorporated called Shikara Health. Shikara. An investment consideration pack was then prepared for submission to the PIC for consideration and to test whether the PIC has an appetite for such a transaction. This was sent to Dr. Machila on 28 May 2015. The proposed transaction at the time incorporated a direct investment in Ascendis through the issue of new shares, resulting in an ultimate 10% to 15% shareholding and an investment in Bounty Brands, another C2C company which had experienced impressive growth and had great potential. The transaction was structured as follows. The investment in Ascendis amounted to approximately 1 billion rand. The investment in Bounty Brands amounted to approximately 250 million rands. The PIC issued a non-binding expression of interest to Shikara on 2 June 2015. This funding support remained subject to the PIC conditions, including the outcomes from a due diligence exercise. An expression of interest letter together with the PIC's non-binding funding support letter was forwarded to C2C on 4 June 2015. On 16 June 2015, term sheets were received from C2C. The term sheets were shared with the PIC in preparation for a presentation at the PIC's management meeting for due diligence approval. On 17 June 2015, we were also requested to provide all the necessary information for the scoping report that was being prepared by the deal team. After reviewing the term sheets provided by C2C, the PIC reverted to Shikara with a letter addressed to C2C indicating preferred structural changes to the term sheets in order to consider the investment. This letter also underscored the conditions of the PIC's potential funding, including exclusivity, due diligence, regulatory approvals, and the relevant approvals from the PIC's investment committees. It was after receiving the approval for due diligence to go ahead that an independent transaction advisor, B&P Capital, was engaged with an engagement letter being signed on 30 June 2015. An engagement letter was also signed with the PIC. The due diligence on the investment commenced in early July 2015 with detailed analysis of all items included in the PIC's due diligence questionnaires. This was also challenging as the ultimate exposure was to a listed entity, and as such, the process continued for quite some time. The formal due diligence exercise ultimately concluded with due diligence reports being finalized in September 2015, and the focus shifted to the PIC's review of the direct transaction agreement with C2C. The drafting on these agreements continued through towards the beginning of 2016. It was imperative that the PIC was completely comfortable with the transaction structure and the transaction agreements. However, during that period, the exclusivity Shikara had with C2C expired. When we approached them to grant an extension, they indicated that they wanted to see Shikara's BEE more diversified and not mainly limited to directors of Kilicap. After some negotiations, we agreed to broaden the BEE structure, and this required us to amend agreements. We then went back to the PIC with a broader BEE consortium called Kifodile Health Investment Holdings. Kifodile. The PIC was formally approached again in June 2016, and we made all relevant submissions as required by the PIC deal team regarding the new consortium. Unlike the previous transaction, Tosako, this broadening of BEE was not a PIC instruction, but we initiated it externally and informed the PIC. We also ensured that the PIC funding process is followed by taking the entire new consortium through the due diligence process again, where the new structure had to be vetted by the PIC. The transaction which was submitted for approval incorporated an investment in Ascendis of approximately 1.36 billion rand and an investment in Bounty of approximately 406 million rands. The UIF also took equity position in both transactions, 30% in the Ascendis transaction and 50% in the Bounty transaction. we were notified that this transaction was approved by the PIC at the end of June 2016. The PIC then appointed legal representatives to draft and negotiate the PIC's funding agreements. These agreements were concluded by the end of July 2016, with all conditions precedents fulfilled at that time, and financial close was reached. At the time of concluding this transaction, Ascendis had been experiencing acquisitive growth. As a business, Ascendis has a healthy balance sheet. However, despite the significant increase in the asset base, earnings have not maintained the same growth pace. This is because the business is highly geared. Its current strategy now is to bring down total liabilities while also considering disposing of some of its assets in line with the new strategic focus communicated to the market last year. We believe that as the debt level is in the business are reduced and the new strategic focus is further implemented, the share price will once again reflect investor confidence. I will pause there, Commissioner, so that I can take questions before I proceed to the next item.
Thanks. Perhaps a couple of questions. First of all, this was then in a situation with an overlap between the two funding submissions to the PIC, because you had the Tosako and you had this one, which was roughly at the same time. There was an overlap of time there.
That's correct, Commissioner.
So the PIC was quite comfortable with having two applications from you at the same time to consider. They didn't raise, oh, we need to proceed with the one and then we can see it at due course. They were quite comfortable. They didn't raise the question that there were two parallel submissions at the same time for funding.
Yeah. Commissioner, I don't, as far as I understand, I'm not sure if there is a limit of taking the transaction for investment to the PIC. So for us to put those transactions almost at the same time, it was a non-issue for us.
It might have been a non-issue for you, but the question becomes, you are a new entity. Was there an added risk assessment from the PIC side, because the exposure to you is not just 1.7 plus or 1.7 plus, it becomes double that with the two. So the question for me would be not whether you've made the application, but whether there was an increased assessment of the risk profile, given
Yes.
that you were a new company, started at the beginning of 2015, and here these are huge, very big exposures that the PIC is considering. So was there any discussion about risk and the question of both? Was there any time a discussion with you about both projects at the same time or not from the PIC side?
Well, we never had that discussion, and I think the PIC could be of a better off to explain the exposure on us.
Sure. No, I just wanted to know from your side if there was ever a discussion with you about these two entities at the same time.
Yeah. Also, Commissioner, as you have noted, maybe you noted in my statement that the target company at some point, they were not comfortable to deal with only Kilimanjaro directors. Also, they wanted us to reconfigure the consortium. Obviously, the exposure or the risk on us, it was not only in one person, but there were other new faces that were in the consortium, although some of the directors are still there, Commissioner.
I think that if we could get the broad composition of Kofile. Okay.
It's noted.
The second question for me would be, again, you used BNP as your transaction advisors. What fee were they paid, and what was the legal fee to the PIC that was paid in this transaction of Ascendis?
Yeah, it was on 2% fee, still on risk. basis.
Is the amount paid?
The amount paid was about 19 million rand, plus or minus 19 million rand for Ascendis, and about 6 million rand for for Bounty Brands. In total, it was about 25 million.
So about 2/3 of what the previous cost were.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And legal fees to the PIC?
The legal fees, it was part of that 25 million rand combined, because we had to pay for PIC legal fees on that amount.
Okay, so basically it was 25 million rand for what had cost you 15 million rand in relation to BNP, between BNP and legal fees.
Yes, Commissioner.
So
'Cause,
half.
Yes, Commissioner. Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. And then I just wanted to ask, there was one other thing I want to ask you. Servicing of the loan?
Yes, we are servicing the loan, Commissioner, because how the transaction was structured, there was a direct investment of about 600 million, and the debenture instrument that we structured in the transaction, whereby the debenture instrument, there's a convention for the next 4 years where we'll be paying like a plus or minus 200,000 per annum to increase our shareholding. So the direct investment, we acquired roughly about 6%, and the debenture instrument of about 800 million, where it's going to convert on a yearly basis. So those funds that we have in a debenture instrument, the interest has been serviced, and immediately when we receive them, then we push it to the PIC. Yeah, whatever we receive from the interest we receive from that facility that is sitting there, we pass almost 90% of it to the PIC. Thank you, Commissioner.
Two questions from my side. In terms of your servicing of the debt or the company, Ascendis has been looking at the media reports. It looks like it's got problems in terms of the share price has been down. As you say here, debt has been higher. So can you explain the performance of Ascendis Health in the past 2 years or so, and whether they've been able to pay dividends and all the issues there?
Yeah, I will partially answer that one, because some of the information I will need to back it up maybe later on, Commissioner. When we firstly approached the Ascendis, their market cap was sitting at about 4 billion rand, sometimes in 2015. And they were going through aggressive mergers and acquisition in the following 2 to 3 years, where the aggressive strategy at some point, it pushed their investments, their market cap to about 13 billion rand. So when we did a deal by that time, when we reached the financial closure, sometimes in 2016, it was sitting at about 8 to 10 billion rand market cap. But in that structure, for some of the assets that they were acquiring, they realized that somehow, they overpaid some transactions, some acquisitions, they were not performing well. But the enterprise value, and then the share price drops. Sorry, the share price dropped, but the enterprise value is still sitting at about in the north of about 10 billion. Because I'll tell you, I'll give you an explanation of one of the assets that Ascendis has acquired. Is called Remedica. Remedica, it's got presence in the European market. So the value of it composed about 30% of Ascendis, the valuation of the Remedica business on its own, it's sitting at about 7 billion rand. But when you look at the share price, it doesn't match the value. So, and Remedica now, if you have looked at the sense in the past few weeks, it's one of the assets that Ascendis is in the process of offloading it. And Ascendis has received the non-binding offer where currently they are undergoing the due diligence. That offer, it's in the right price. I think it's in the right bracket of price of between close to about 400 to about 450 million euros. We strongly believe that offloading some of those assets, it will obviously recapitalize the company because the company will be sitting with a lot of cash in the balance sheet as compared to the status quo now where the balance sheet is highly geared with debt. So I think after the restructuring process that we are going through, it will definitely pick up the market.
So meaning that there could be a chance that you will get the cash flow or special dividends to repay the PIC? Would that be correct?
I think on that one, Commissioner, it also goes with the dividends policy of the company, of which at the moment I don't really have the insights on it. But it could be, it could be not.
So you are saying that there is, I mean, even though the share price has been down, there is a chance that the PIC value, you know, that they've put in is still safe.
Yes. The value is still safe. Or even the share price is still down. Because you will understand, Commissioner, this sector is one of the specialized sector. It's a pharmaceutical space, and we've got limited players in the pharmaceutical space. So we strongly believe that it will still come back.
Besides the debt that the PIC put in, there was some shareholding that the PIC took, so there must be a hit there, correct?
Not, yes, I will say, that's I will say partially right, partially, you know, because some of the funds are not yet utilized. It's still, those funds are still sitting in the debenture instrument. They haven't converted yet. And we are servicing those funds, even though they are sitting in a debenture instrument.
Yes, it's not looking as bad as I was thinking. So thanks.
Yeah, no, it's not as bad as we're thinking. Because the share price can drop. Like if the share price can drop to less than 5 rand, but the value of the assets that are sitting there still, you know, maintain the good enterprise value.
Yeah. Let's talk about Bounty Brands. How is it going there? Because we know the economy is terrible with retailers and consumer goods. How is it going? How's the evaluation going and the servicing there?
The Bounty Brands, we don't have much of concern there. I think it's healthy. It's not overperforming, but it's just normal, because it's focused on the FMCG, fast-moving consumer goods, of which some of the products, you know, it's clothing, food, and will always eat, will always dress up, and so forth and so forth. So currently, when we look at their value, market cap, it was sitting at about 5 billion rand, and it's unlisted. And also that shareholding that we are holding is very minimal. For 406 million rand, I think we are sitting at about, I think it's about 10%, or just below 10%.
there's then a potential listing at some point in time, I guess.
Yeah, at some point we're anticipating to list it on the London Stock Exchange and also JSE. But that process is not moving as much faster as we have thought. Maybe sometimes at a later stage, but so far that process is not really moving at the pace we expected that it will move at.
Just the final thing on the Kifodile consortium. I'm sure we'll get, you know, the info. Who are the people there, roughly, just broadly? We know you, as Skara was Kili Cape
Yes.
people. Who are the people in Kifodile?
We've got a couple shareholders there. We've got Kinesh Patha, we've got Nhlakanipho Group, we've got, but the list of the shareholders I can provide, because I won't be able to recap all of them now, because we have, yeah, it's big numbers, yeah, but it's not only the KiliCap directors, and some of the KiliCap directors, due to the BEE, they couldn't qualify, they were eliminated from the transaction.
Thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, I will then have to deal with the next component here. It's under the relationship with Dr. Machila and Ms. Prettylow. A few months after we concluded the Ascendis transaction, I received a call from Dr. Dan Machila, who wanted to introduce me to a lady by the name of Prettylow. He informed me that she was involved in the beauty sector. She owned a beauty salon and spa, and requested that I source business opportunities and or participation for her in Ascendis as part of the company's enterprise development. He also indicated that he felt Ascendis would be more relevant as it was involved in the health, pharmaceutical, and beauty space. I informed Dr. Machila that I was not aware of any such opportunities available in the business, but would check and let him know. A few months had passed without me getting back to Dr. Machila. I then received a call from Dr. Machila requesting my urgent assistance. He advised that the same lady whom he had asked me to source a business opportunity for at Ascendis was in financial trouble. Her business had been attached by the sheriff of the court as she owed monies. He asked me to urgently come to her rescue by settling her debts. He also informed me that he was out of the country and would send me the legal documents he had in his possession that Ms. Lowe had sent to him. He subsequently sent me the court documents served by the sheriff via WhatsApp application. On the very same day, I was contacted by Ms. Lowe, who informed me that Dr. Machila had told her that I would urgently assist her. I told her that I was uncomfortable with sending her cash directly and would be more comfortable paying the money to the sheriff for the intended purpose of rescuing a business. We then agreed to meet the following day and went to the lawyers who had instituted action against her business. She was with another lady whose name I cannot recall, but I understood them to be friends and also worked together. I made an EFT payment of 150,000 rand to the lawyer's account. Ms. Lowe then contacted me the following day to advise me that the lawyers required the balance of the areas before allowing them to go back to their business. She told me that Dr. Machila had also informed them that I would settle the debt in full. I avoided her and delayed for a couple of days to make this payment, as I was hoping that she would get alternative assistance. It became apparent that there was an expectation for me to settle the whole debt. It was then that I made the second payment to the same lawyer's account of 150,000 rand, and I sent proof of payment thereof to Ms. Lowe. I also confirmed telephonically with Dr. Machila that I had done the payment as per his request. At no point did I regard this as a loan. This was based on the request made by Dr. Machila. He had just asked me to urgently rescue Ms. Lowe. There was never any exchange about this being a loan or that I needed to discuss terms of such a loan with Ms. Lowe. I also did not ask him too many questions, as he had informed me that he was abroad and this was an urgent matter. I wish to categorically state that I have never had a personal relationship with Dr. Machila. I knew him as CEO of the PIC. So when he made that request to me, it was only natural for me to comply with this request, as I have been funded by the PIC in my business ventures. Although he did not force me to give the money to Ms. Lowe, there is no way I would have said no to the CEO of PIC. And it also, for this reason, why I did not even question why he had chosen me to give money to Ms. Lowe. In hindsight, I realized that I should have been bold enough to ask Dr. Machila why he solicited me to assist Ms. Lowe, given the negative, unfair, and incorrect perception that this matter generated around me as a businessman and the transactions I presented to the PIC for funding. But truth be told, as a businessman, you never wanted to be ostracized by Dr. Machila. It is known in the investment space that his influence was significant. I am certain there are many people who can attest to this. It must also be recorded that these payments did not come from Ascendis or Kifodile Health. They came directly from me. I further record that pardon me, Commissioner, I further record that I did not and do not have any relationship with Ms. Lowe. When we met after Dr. Machila's intervention, I recognized that I met her before at a social environment. I did not have any other dealings with her. I was also not very clear to me, sorry, Commissioner, it was also not very clear to me what her relationship was with Dr. Machila, and I never bothered to inquire, as I thought that would not be appropriate. As set out herein, I do not have any other relationship with Ms. Lowe and Dr. Machila whatsoever. I'll pause that, Commissioner, to take some few questions before I go to the last point.
Can you just go back to paragraph 52? And is it possible for you to give us the date when that call from Dr. Machila came through? It doesn't have to be the exact day, but the month at least.
Commissioner, If I can recall well, it was sometimes, I'll say between the 12th until the 15th when I made the payment of October. It was around that time in 2016.
I'm talking about the first approach to give her business.
Oh, the first approach,
To give her business. To say that Ascendus could, after you had concluded the Ascendus transaction on para 52,
yes.
that you were requested to source business opportunities or her participation in Ascendus.
My apologies, Commissioner. I can't recall very well, but I think it was 2 or 3 months later. My apologies, Commissioner.
That's not a problem, because the conclusion of Ascendus was, when did you conclude that deal? It would have been in the beginning of 2016?
I think it was sometimes in August, July, August 2016, correct, Commissioner.
So roughly
around October.
October 2016.
You mean the first?
I'm talking about para 52. The first time you were approached to get her,
No, I think it was about a month later. It was sometimes in July, August. I can
of 2016.
Of 2016, Commissioner. I can double check and give that information.
I think that just would be helpful in terms of the timeline. How did you respond to this? I mean, you obviously didn't respond immediately, but how did you interpret this call? Had you ever had a call like that from a funder before?
I never had a similar call from a funder before.
And how did you interpret that implication that Ascendus should find opportunities for a particular person? Would that have been acceptable to you?
Well, I thought, because we as Kilimanjaro, we are very much aggressive on the enterprise development, if you can link to the previous transaction. So I never thought there was something really strange to go and ask for enterprise development, because some of the conditions that we've given Ascendus, it's the enterprise is to get involved into enterprise development. So that is it's also in our ESG report to say they must meet certain requirements, targets within certain period. So I never thought much about it.
But this was the only instance that Dr. Matshepo raised with you to find that. It wasn't like he said, we've got all of these these young entrepreneurs on our business, see how you could work with them. This was the only one.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
That was, she was the only one, correct, Commissioner.
Then the second question that I wanted to ask in that sense is part of what you raise in para 61. That you felt, did you feel, because you say you do not, no one who is a businessman wants to be ostracized by Dr. Matshepo, did you feel you could say no to this request to pay? And was there at any point in time a suggestion that you assist in looking at the reasons why the business was failing, so that you're not just bailing out, but you're actually looking at, is this business viable? What are the issues around it? How do we make it sustainable? Was it simply the question of providing funding for it, or assistance to a young entrepreneur to say, how can we help you with your business?
Yeah, it was for me personally, because she was locked out. When I received a call, I had a meeting with her, and then she explained to me in details that some of her assets were locked in, that she was using them for a spa, for the beauty spa, and the sheriffs wanted she was in areas she was struggling to pay. So for me, I was just doing it out of help. I was just assisting a young entrepreneur so that she could get her goods. And the other thing that she told me it was that after she got the goods, she was going to relocate to get another space somewhere else where she can pursue her business interests. I was just assisting to get her goods out of that premises, and that was it.
But the question is, you didn't feel able to say no?
No. I never thought of saying no. To me, to receive a call from someone like Dr. Machila, by that time, it was a privilege, and I had to honor the request.
I would imagine there's going to be a lot of privileges heading your way.
No, I've got a note next to paragraph 61 that says, it seems to me that you felt to be under pressure, even though you say no, but it seems to me when you talk about you never wanted to be ostracized by Dr. Dan and so forth, that you felt a bit pressured that you have to help here. Am I wrong?
Commissioner, you know, to be frank with you, Commissioner, 300,000 is not a small amount. More so if you never budgeted for. It just, you know, you just receive a call to say, could you please assist, and so forth and so forth. I felt a bit pressured, but then I had to stomach the pressure and live with it. And he was not pushing me. I was never pushed, but I felt that I must just go extra mile. More so, I couldn't be greedy after successfully being funded by such an institution. You know, to me it was, and I was able to assist. It's not like I couldn't afford, I could afford.
Question. You say that you do not have a relationship with Dr. Dan, Dr. Machila, or you never had it. Does any of your directors at Kilikep, did they have any relationship with Dr. Machila?
Not as I'm aware of. Not as I'm aware of.
Then the final one is on 62, paragraph 62. You say that you didn't meet Ms. Pretty Low before, or you didn't realize that you had met her, but you say that you sort of realized later that you had met her before, all right, at some event. Maybe can you tell us more about that? You know, was Dr. Dan there, or what?
When Dr. Machila introduced me to her, I never thought, I didn't know I thought, I don't know, I've never,
Yes.
Actually I didn't know the lady at all. But when I met her, I realized that at some point I once went to a spa, you know, and I realized, you know, I think I know this person, but not really, you know, just for social activity.
And at that spa, there was no meeting, there was no Dr. Dan or
No,
the other people?
not at all, Commissioner. Not at all, Commissioner.
Oh, okay, no. You met at the soccer match or Durban July or whatever,
No,
and
no.
it was a crowd.
No,
It was a
no, no.
crowd.
No, there were some few peoples there,
Okay.
friends and so forth, yeah.
All right, okay, thanks.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Commissioner. I will then proceed to my last topic, which is the relationship with Ms. Sibusiwe Zulu. Another item I've been requested to deal with in my statement is my relationship with Ms. Sibusiwe Zulu, Ms. Zulu. This stems from an email that was circulated 2 months ago from an unknown source, James Noko, making serious allegations about Ms. Zulu. This was followed by various media articles which relied on this unknown source's email. I can confirm that I have a love relationship with Ms. Zulu. This is from my perspective a serious and committed relationship, and I consider Ms. Zulu as my partner. It has never been a secret, and it is widely known that in 2018, Ms. Zulu and I developed a close friendship that ultimately translated into a love relationship. I connected with Ms. Zulu at a social and personal level when I met her in Durban at a football game in November 2017. Before then, I had just known her as a reputable lawyer who was also a non-executive director at the PIC. To my recollection, I had previously met Ms. Zulu and introduced myself to her at the OR Tambo Airport sometime in 2016, but it was brief and we did not get an opportunity to engage further. As a matter of fact, when I met her in Durban in November 27, she did not have much recollection of us having previously met. It was at that football game in Durban that we discovered that we had common friends who were also in the football industry. Typically, as a man who had developed interest in this very free-spirited and vocal young lady, I started making follow-ups and tried to connect with her. It was through our common friends that I managed to meet with her again at another social gathering. After that, I made it my mission to get to know her better as a woman. After a few days, we discovered that we had common interests in doing community work. From there, we started planning activities together. She even got involved in the community work that I do with my family for our village in Venda, which has mainly indigent residents. It ranges from taking care of orphans, empowering the youth, and assisting adults to learn certain skills so they can provide for their households. When we solidified our love relationship later in 2018, we started attending public events together, traveled together, and spent a lot of time together, whether in public or in our private space. In essence, we do all activities that are done by a couple in a relationship. This is known and there has been nothing untoward about it. I must be upfront and state that as a man, I was charmed by meeting the young, more relaxed and not formal Ms. Zulu. To me, this was a completely different person to the reputation she holds in the professional cycles. Ms. Zulu is generally known as a no-nonsense lawyer who is strict, formal, independent, opinionated, and not easily influenced. I have observed and respect her professional astuteness and integrity, which inspires me as a man. But our relationship has been purely based on a personal level, and I have not attempted to influence her professional views in any way and have never expected any undue influence from her through the positions she holds, including at the PIC. I also operate independently as a businessman. My deepest regret is that for the past 2 months she has had to face untruthful, baseless, and fabricated allegations from an unknown source called James Noko. Her name as a professional has been unfairly tarnished. I wish to place on record and under oath that Ms. Zulu has never influenced or benefited financially from me in the transactions concluded with the PIC. To be specific, the allegation by the unknown source that I gave her 40 million rand from the 100 million rand fees Kisako receives in the total deal is false. Simple arithmetic sequence says that if we as Kilikep paid about 38 million rand for fees and paid the other 50 million rand to Sakum Noto, there is no other party, including Ms. Zulu, that would have received 40 million from us. Having dealt with the PIC, it is my understanding that it is the deal team that must find an investment proposal commercially viable in order for it to go through the approval processes. I therefore find it difficult why anyone would think a non-executive director could, why anyone would think a non-executive director could have been part of or influence such a process. In fact, I challenge anybody, including James Noku, to provide the Commission with tangible information that shows Ms. Zulu having influenced and financially benefited from the transaction that my company concluded with the PIC in 2015 and 2016 respectively. In those years, I had not even dreamt of having a close relationship with Ms. Zulu before we were in love relationship with Ms. Zulu. The unknown James Noku email creates an impression that Ms. Zulu bought certain assets through money she got from me. That is fabrication to the core, and I am very disappointed to some of well-respected citizens believing in such baseless information. I found Ms. Zulu with an independent professional career and financially independent with their own assets. As people who are openly in a relationship, she is entitled to drive my cars and come to my house anytime, and I do the same with her. In insinuation that alleges any undue influence and impropriety on her part in my interactions with the PIC, it's false and fabrication. From my assessment, it appears to me that there are faceless individuals who are trying to smear Ms. Zulu's professional name by linking my business dealings with her because of our personal relationship. Whilst I believe Ms. Zulu is more than capable of defending herself and her reputation, I want to state that it has been painful to see a young professional woman's name being unfairly dragged into the mud by unknown sources and my name being used as a tool to do so. There is an effort to discredit her for having a relationship with me, which only started in 2018. It is my hope that the work of the Commission will assist in clearing out these allegations so that people are not unfairly caused professional harm and are ultimately disabled from pursuing their careers because of the damage caused by these false allegations. In my conclusion, Commissioner, I, together with our company, Kilimanjaro Capital, remain committed to assisting the Commission with any other information that may be required. We are also prepared to avail ourselves or supplement this statement should the need arise at any time, at any stage. I thank you, Commissioner. Can I take your questions before we close?
It's not as much a question, but perhaps just for a point of emphasis, that the TOSACO sign-off was in December 2015, and the Ascendus sign-off was in June 2016. Is that correct, from the PIC?
The
TOSACO sign-off, the final signing off from the PIC was in December 2015?
Correct.
And that of Ascendus Bounty, was the sign-off with the PIC was in June 2016? Correct?
Yes, correct. Correct.
And you only started your relationship or getting to know Ms. Zulu in November 2017, a full year and a half after those deals were closed.
That's correct. At a personal level.
At a personal level.
At a personal level.
Yeah, we're not talking about having met her in what, but at a personal level that began in 2017.
Correct, Commissioner.
And your relationship, in fact, began in 2018.
Yes, that's correct,
That's
Commissioner. Correct.
I think that's really important because notwithstanding that allegations can be made about people's assumptions, especially when they are anonymous as they have been through the James Nogu emails, I think that it behoves us as a society to respect the privacy of people. And I think that your having come here and had to set this out, for me is, you know, I almost want to apologize to you for having to do it. There's a difference between an allegation that needs to be investigated about something that's wrong and a targeting of people in their personal capacity, in their personal relationships, which is a private matter and should remain that. And I think that you are owed an apology, certainly from people who have speculated about this, because as I said, I'm drawing a distinction between allegations that need to be investigated and an invasion of privacy at a personal relationship level, which to me is absolutely unacceptable. And I think that there should be an apology to you, and certainly on behalf of having to sit here and listen to this, and commend you for having raised it in the manner that you have. I would like to apologize to you for having to expose you to doing that.
Apologies accepted, Commissioner. Unfortunately, that's how the South African society works. If you remember, Commissioner, I never issue any statement, media statement, before. I kept quiet. It has been going through, eating my name, tarnishing my future by the baseless information. So, but I really appreciate, Commissioner, that finally you called me upon so that I can clear my name. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, thank you so much for your time, Mr. Mlaudzi. Excuse me. For your time. And thank you too for your offer in your last paragraph that you are prepared to provide us with whatever information we may require from you in future. Thank you for that offer.
Thank you. You're welcome, Commissioner.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Commissioner, we have one more witness. Is it perhaps a convenient time to take the lunch adjournment now, that we can start at 1 o'clock or 1:15 and finish the other witness, or would you prefer for us to immediately carry on with the other witness?
Let's make it 1:30. Let's come back at 1:30.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
I'm sorry about that. We'll adjourn until 1:30.
Thank you, sir.
You did very well.
Yes, I did.
Did anyone force you to say things in your statement that you did not agree with?
No, Commissioner, it was voluntary.
Yes. May I then ask you to start with your statement at paragraph 1?
I am an adult male currently employed by the Public Investment Corporation SOC Limited, PIC, as a fund principal in the Impact Investing Division. I've been employed by the PIC since September 2012 and have held various job titles and responsibilities in the Risk, Private Equity, and Impact Investment Division. My qualifications include a Bachelor of Commerce Accounting degree, Financial Services Diploma in Credit Risk, and a Master of Business Administration MBA degree. I've been requested by the staff members of the Judicial Commission of Inquiry to provide a statement in respect of my role and or involvement in the Total South Africa Consortium, or TOSACO, a transaction that was approved by the relevant committee of the PIC. In providing the facts contained in this statement, I've relied on certain email communication that was exchanged with the transaction sponsors, their advisors, and the PIC transaction team members. The facts contained herein are, to the best of my knowledge, belief, and recollection, true and accurate, and pertain solely to facts in respect of my involvement on the TOSACO transaction.
You say in paragraph 4 that you have relied on certain email communication that was exchanged with the transaction sponsors. I assume it's between you and them.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Yes. Okay.
My involvement in the TOSACO transaction commenced on the 30th of June 2015 when I received an email from Mr. Ernest Nasani, who was then the executive head of legal, which contained a letter of support issued to Sakumnoto Group Holdings, or Sakumnoto, in support of their intended bid for a 91.8% equity interest in TOSACO. I have attached a copy of the letter of support, and the email received marked as Annexure A for ease of reference. 2 days later, on the 2nd of July, I received a further email from Mr. Nasani, which contained a letter from Nedbank Capital, who I believe had been mandated as corporate advisors on the TOSACO transaction dated 1st July 2015, confirming the shortlisting of Sakumnoto into phase 2 of the TOSACO sale process. On the 3rd of July 2015, the chairman of Sakumnoto, Mr. Sipom Seleku, sent an email requesting a meeting with the PIC to discuss the way forward on the transaction, and also indicated that he had appointed Mkunu attorneys and Sao Capital to assist Sakumnoto with the legal and valuation due diligence exercises respectively. It was at this point that Mr. Nesani responded on email advising Sakumnoto that I will henceforth be the responsible person for the transaction. I accordingly assumed the role of the lead transactor on the proposed transaction on that day. July and 31st of July 2015, I had various discussions with the members of the Sakumnoto team as well as their advisors. My discussions in particular were with Sao Capital, who had prepared a valuation for Sakumnoto, which was to be used for the purpose of their final bid of TOSACO. To the best of my recollection, the discussions with Sakumnoto and Sao Capital centered around the following. One, valuation, understanding their assumed valuation versus the publicly available intrinsic valuation of the asset, which was assumed by the JSE listed Remgro Limited in the annual report. Inter alia, Remgro owned 25% of the asset at that time. The second thing was the due diligence information and the progress of their due diligence exercise, including scheduled meetings with management of TOSACO, and lastly, their bidding strategy, or the overall bidding strategy. Whereas the progress of their due diligence was of interest to me, given that if they were to be successful in the bidding process, I would also require to look and satisfy myself into their work. It is worth noting that I did not participate in the due diligence process conducted by Sakumnoto. The primary reason for our non-participation in their due diligence process is that they were not yet awarded the preferred bidder status at that stage. And further, the Portfolio Management Committee, Unlisted Investments, PMC1, had not provided approval to participate in the due diligence process. On 30th July 2015, I received an email from Mr. Nesani, which contained a letter from a consortium, which included Sakumnoto and another entity named Kilimanjaro Consortium Pty Limited, Kilimanjaro. The letter, which was addressed to the Chief Executive Officer of the PIC, indicated that the two companies, Sakumnoto and Kilimanjaro, had resolved to merge their consortia and had established a new consortium to bid for the acquisition of Tosako. I attached a copy of the aforementioned letter marked as Annexure B for ease of reference. My understanding is that Kilimanjaro had earlier also approached PIC with the proposal to fund their intended acquisition of Tosako. And that specific, that specific proposal was under consideration by other colleagues in the Impact Investing Division, then called Developmental Investment Division. Pursuant to receiving the aforementioned letter, referred to in paragraph 11, I propose that a meeting with the two companies, Sakumnoto and Kilimanjaro, be convened together with the respective PIC representatives. The purpose of the meeting was primarily to discuss the way forward on the transaction in light of the newly established consortium. The agenda that was proposed for the meeting included the following: 1, introduction of the merged consortium to the PIC deal team; 2, update by the consortium of its bid submission and key salient features of the consortium merger; and lastly, the PIC approval process, henceforth. The meeting was held on the 3rd of August. To my recollection, during the meeting, the consortium advised us that the rationale for the merger was that the respective entities collectively believed that the merged consortium offered them better prospects of securing the Tosako transaction in light of their BBBE credentials in the merged entity. The entities were further of the view that their interests were aligned in respect of the Tosako transaction. Following the meeting of the 3rd of August 2015, my involvement in the Tosako transaction ceased, and I was not required to proceed with an evaluation or assessment of the Tosako transaction. So, Chair, in conclusion, the purpose of my statement is really to provide detailed account of my role and or involvement in the Tosako transaction. And as can be gleaned from my statement contained herein, my role in respect thereof was primarily in respect of an initial assessment of the Sakumnoto proposal, the exchange of the email communication, and the attendance of meeting, which ceased upon the merging of the entities.
Okay. If I may ask you this question, was it the first time that Sakumnoto was approaching the PIC?
So,
or was it the first time that Sakumnoto had a relationship with the PIC?
Commissioner, Sakumnoto had an existing relationship with PIC emanating from a transaction that was concluded in 2012, wherein the PIC underwrote a call option agreement to Mpilo Financial Services, a subsidiary of Sakumnoto.
Okay, what led to that call option? If maybe you could explain to the Commission in detail about that relationship.
Okay. Commissioner, let me firstly qualify by I was not intimately involved in the transaction that related to the call option, but my understanding is that a PIC acquired a equity in EcoBank Transnational Incorporated, ETI. And as part of that transaction, Mpilo Financial Services was given a call option for about 10% or 50% of the shares that PIC had acquired in EcoBank.
Okay. Do you know how the PIC came to know about the EcoBank deal?
I am not sure, Commissioner. I do understand that Mr. Mseleku was involved in that particular transaction. Based on the call option that was concluded, he may be the person that referred the transaction to PIC. But as I've said, I'm not quite intimately involved on that transaction, so I'm not certain of the facts there.
Okay. Are you aware that Mr. Sipho Mseleku was, or at one stage became a member of the board of EcoBank?
That is correct. I'm aware of that.
Do you perhaps know how, or do you perhaps know the basis of him becoming a member of the EcoBank board?
Through you, Commissioner, no. I must, however, indicate that the structure wherein we have funded with, or we have sold a call option to a sponsor. In some instances, the PIC does nominate that sponsor to sit on the board of that investee company, but I'm not sure if those are the facts in respect of the EcoBank transaction.
So the call option, in my understanding, a company can choose to exercise the option, or it can choose not to exercise the option.
Through you, Commissioner, that is correct. So the call option is essentially an agreement that affords a party to acquire the shareholding or the instrument at a later stage at a predefined price. So it's a financial derivative instrument.
So even before the PIC knows whether a part or a company will exercise the option, it can still nominate a member of that company to the board of an investee company.
So through you, Commissioner, I think the issue of the appointments on the board is ultimately the prerogative of the Directors' Affairs Committee of the PIC, which is a subcommittee of the board. And if there is a view that a sponsor or an individual should be nominated on a particular board, it will go through that process, which would include recommending that individual to the Directors' Affairs Committee, taking into account whatever skills they have got. In this particular instance, wherein an individual may have an interest, it may also be a factor to be considered in nominating that person.
Well, let's move to the issue of the due diligence in respect of Sakumnoto. I know you no longer took part on the transaction after the 3rd of August. Do you know if any due diligence was conducted in respect of Sakumnoto at all?
Commissioner, I am not aware. I ceased being involved in the transaction on the 3rd of August, and a separate transaction team proceeded with the transaction, which was ultimately approved and finalized. So I don't know what happened thereafter.
Mr. Commissioner, if I may just bring this to the attention of the Commission, there is a an employee of the PIC who was involved after Mr. Mongalo no longer became involved. We intend to call him to testify before this commission. Let's move to the issue of the transaction costs. According to the evidence placed before...
Sorry, can I just ask an additional question while you're looking at that? Because it would be, first of all, was a due diligence ever done? But second of all, was the preferred, was approval ever obtained from the PMC Unlisted Investments, PMC 1, for the involvement of Sakamoto? So if you are finding out about that, if we could add that into the question.
Commissioner...
Did you want to answer?
Yes, I wanted to say that during my involvement, up until the merged consortium, we had never performed due diligence. As I've indicated, we had never gone to the stage where we would approach PMC 1 to obtain approval to go to due diligence.
Prior to the consortium coming together, the two, Kilimanjaro or Kili Capital and Sakamoto, there had been no due diligence on this part of the Sakamoto.
That is correct, Commissioner. We were afforded the access to the virtual data room, but we did not do the due diligence. As I've indicated in my statement, the due diligence was going to be of interest to us if they were to be awarded the preferred bidder. But we did not conduct the due diligence.
And then what exactly was Sour Capital's role if it wasn't part of the due diligence and so on? What were they paid to do? Because they were the transaction advisor for Sakamoto?
Commissioner, through you, I do not know, I do not have the details of the payment of their fees, but I could talk about my engagement with them. They provided us with the valuation which they had prepared for Sakumnoto, which was obviously of interest to us or to me if I was to proceed with the transaction. So I'm aware that they were the financial advisors to Sakumnoto, and as I've indicated, they also had a law firm, Kunu Attorneys, that was attending to their legal due diligence.
Okay, let's move to the issue of the transaction costs. According to Mr. Mulaudzi, the consortium, that is the Kilimanjaro Sakumnoto consortium, was granted a fee of 100 million rand as transaction costs. Do you have any view on the issue whether the amount was correct or not? Or whether they should have, we've heard that the industry norm is 1%. What is your view on the 100 million rand that was granted to the consortium?
Commissioner, the industry norm in relation to fees is generally between 1% and 2%. However, that fee tends to be negotiated on a downward scale in the event that the amount is higher. Now, from what I have heard, on an amount of 100 million rand on a 1.7 billion rand, it's roughly about 5.8% or close to 6%. So I guess my comment would simply be that it is higher than the market norm, but I don't know what were the reasons.
The market norm, you say, is between?
Between 1% and 2%.
And what Mr. Mulaudzi said also was that they shared, the two companies shared the 100 million rand. Now, if the norm is between 1% and 2%, would the transaction fees be provided to each company or granted to each company, especially after the merger? Or will the norm still be 1%, 1 to 2%?
So, Commissioner, let me start by saying that the issue of fees, although it is 1 to 2% the norm, the way we typically structure them is that it is part of your loan. So it's not like the PIC is paying it. So the PIC has got to, or the total amount that needs to be repaid to PIC is the principal loan. So it will be that 1.7 in this particular instance, plus the 100 million rand. So what the borrower needs to pay to PIC is 1.8 million rand principal amount. However, I do think that it is still the responsibility of the lender to establish the reasonability thereof. And in this particular instance, as I understand, there may well have been the reasons to pay the higher amount, but it will need to be repaid as 1.8 billion rand. So the loan is 1.8 billion rands.
Commissioner, I have no further questions.
The one question is on you. What department were you in when you looked at the transaction? Because it seems there was another transaction, similar transactions in the impact investing division.
Through you, Commissioner, I was in the impact investment division as well.
So one transaction being followed by 2 transaction teams within one division, is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
That how it's done? I mean, can you explain further how it arose and all that?
So, Commissioner, I need to say that it's not an ideal situation, but it does happen that we do have the same transaction being pursued by one organization, and it happens quite often in the banks. But it is important to create a virtual information barrier, in that there may well be instances where one party know what the other party is bidding for, and that obviously creates problems. In this particular instance, myself and the transaction team that was looking at the Kilimanjaro transaction, we both reported to Mr. Roy Rajda as the executive head of impact investing or developmental investments at the time. But how the transaction came through to me, it did not come through Mr. Rajda. And as I understand, he wasn't aware of the transaction up until we had to merge the consortium. The transaction, as I've indicated, came through Mr. Nesani, who at the time had issued the expression of interest or the letter of support to a different consortium, which is the Sakumnoto consortium. I wasn't aware that the other team was working on a separate consortium, but certainly when it came to merging the consortium, I then handed it over to them, given that they had, in terms of the process, they were a bit ahead of us, or they were ahead of my transaction team.
Does it happen that you would have the PIC looking at 2 consortiums, two consortia to fund in one transaction? Does it ever happen?
Through you, Commissioner, yes, it does happen. So, as I've indicated, it also happens quite a lot in the banks. But what typically happens is that a transaction like Tosako, it's a transaction that has been on the market. So we knew about it. And typically, PIC gets approached by multiple sponsors looking at funding for that transaction. Now, at that point, none of them has got exclusivity on the transaction. So all of them are bidding for the asset. I do know that it's not policy, but I think the PIC committees, certainly the management team, so the portfolio management committee, always advises that we should only get involved as PIC once the sponsors have got the preferred bidder status. The challenge with that is that it creates a chicken and egg situation because the sponsors requires the letter of support for them to go into the bidding process. So there are instances where we do provide letter of support to multiple parties with the view that should any of them be selected to the preferred bidder, we will then continue with that consortium.
All right. Okay. So that's the the answer which we were looking for in terms of the rationale for talking to two consortiums. Yeah.
That is correct. I think that's what we would typically do. I guess in addition to that, we will put exclusivity or to be afforded the exclusive status in the event that either of the parties gets awarded the preferred bidder status.
Is that it, Mr. Malayan?
Can I just ask one last question, Mr. Commissioner? At paragraph 14 of your statement, you say that you were advised that the rationale for the merger was that the respective entities collectively believed that the merged consortium offered them better prospects of securing the TOSACO transaction in light of the BEE credentials in the merged entity. If I may ask you this question, did Kilimanjaro, that is Kilicap, need to merge, or was their BEE status such that they needed to merge with Sakumnoto?
Commissioner, there was an improvement in the BEE credentials, partly from an ownership perspective. So Sakumnoto was a 100% black-owned company, and Kilimanjaro wasn't. Now, to the extent that you mesh both of them, you were getting a slightly higher BEE ownership. But I'm not certain that that is the reason enough to warrant their merger. I think both of them were majority black-owned. So there was an improvement, but I'm not certain that it was improving it to that extent.
That's it from me, Commissioner.
I think that what I would ask you perhaps to do as part of the evidence team is to give us a profile of EcoBank, exactly who had been involved, the question of Msleku being on the board, the arrangements to get the PIC involved in it, who else served on the board, what was the amount of the investment, how is that worked out. So we get a profile of EcoBank for ourselves, and we can then decide what we want to do about that.
We will do so. We will do so, Commissioner.
Are you in a position to tell us, Mr. Malayan?
No, Commissioner. As I've indicated, I wasn't really involved in that transaction, so I don't know much details.
Commissioner, if I may, there is a question that I forgot to ask. Apart from the EcoBank transaction and the TOSACO transaction, is there any other transaction that you know about involving Sakumnoto?
Yes, Commissioner. So I think the transaction for EcoBank essentially, the call option was never exercised, and that effectively expired. So there is no exposure for PIC there. Then there was the TOSACO transaction, and there's another properties transaction which was done with Sakumnoto. So those are the two transactions I'm aware of.
Sorry, what was the third one?
A Sakumnoto properties when they were funded to acquire properties.
And what was the amount of that one?
It was 555 million rands.
And the second one, the one before this one?
It was the Tosako. So the first one was the EcoBank, which never materialized given that it was never exercised.
Yes.
And then I'm aware of the Tosako transaction. And
The
then last
Tosako one, oh, okay.
That's correct.
This is the second one.
What was that amount?
The properties, 500 million, eh?
555. 555 million rand.
555.
Know when that was done?
Commissioner, I'm not certain of the dates, but I think it would have been immediately after the Tosako transactions, given that when we were dealing with the Tosako transaction, I was also talking to them on the properties transaction.
And the properties, what were they for? Was it new buildings or transfer, buying other buildings or purchasing a stake in a property company? What was the transaction?
So one of the subsidiaries of Sakumnoto Group Holdings is Sakumnoto Properties, a property investments company, and we are funding them to acquire 3 properties, 3 existing properties.
Well, if that's it, thank you very much, Mr. Mongale. Thanks for your time, and thanks for the information that you've placed before us.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner, that concludes the business of the day.
Does that mean we'll adjourn until Monday?
Yes, Commissioner, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay. What date is Monday?
I think it's the first, Mr. Commissioner.
Yes. Yeah. Should we be here? Yes, we'll adjourn then for this week until Monday, April 1 at 10.
Thank you.